150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass feels like honey. So it's soft and gooey. So when we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you're dipping into a jar of honey. A little bit sticks in the air, below, goes up like a balloon. If you want to make something bigger, you dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then dip it in a second time or a third time. And when you get enough glass, when you get all the glass you need, then you blow it up and shape it. That make sense? Can we put up some of Ayano's work up on the big screen? So this is the work, the woman in the striped shirt. Yeah, she's our guest artist. She's from Japan. And she's here working with our team of glassblowers to make her sculptures. And they're going to look something like that, similar. Do you have any questions? Yes. Yes. Not the woman in the striped shirt. Small striped shirt. Yeah. Yes. Yes. She's our guest artist. We're making things that are her designs, but our team of glassblowers.
That's for me? Uh, good. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds fine. So if anything, when you
Glass art. Making money. That's the most difficult. These sculptures that we're making are going to be difficult because of their size. Heavy. I weighed on all this, the weight on the end of the pipe like this feels extra heavy. You can see some over there. Glass is very heavy. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. Plus, way out at the end of the pole feels very heavy. Yes. So now Sarah's going over to the furnace. And she's going to coat that bubble with more hot glass. The glass that she's adding is clear glass. All of glass in the furnace is clear. It's going to look orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. I'm going to go talk to other. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Have you been here before? Okay. This is our guest artist, Ms. Yoshizumi. She's from Japan, and she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make her sculptures. You can see some examples on the table. So we're just starting out. To complete one sculpture will probably take most of the morning. Over on the left, we've started the bubble for the next sculpture. We blew a bubble of clear glass, and then we coated it with colored glass, and now we're putting clear glass on top of that. Cole, could you put up the drawing for Ayano's sculpture? Does he know what it is? No, that's yesterday. Okay. Yeah. So the newer one is in the Switcher account. The Switcher email. Nope, that's yesterday too.
There you go.
Oh, interesting. Actually, is there a way you can export on this? Like export? Wonder. We're trying to figure it out right now. We're just Cole's up there covering that. If you want to hop down here for a second, try to troubleshoot this with me. Which one says export?
So over on the workbench on the far left, that's Sarah shaping the glass. The tool in her hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass.
So what it's going to be?
So now we're just trying to accumulate enough glass to make our big sculpture. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? He was cooling off the metal pipe. There's a little steel trough, a little T-shaped trough, and we just, if the pipes get hot, we just lay them in there, spray water on them. That cools them down, makes it easier to hold. No, no, it's only when we, it's really only when we get the glass out of the furnace, when we initially dip it in and coat the bubble, that we have to reach way in there and it gets the pipe hot. But in generally, when we're working and shaping this stuff, the pipes don't get that hot, so we don't really need to cool them off. See, when you're working in that oven over there, it's called the glory hole. We don't really need to cool the pipes off, only when we reach into the furnace to get the molten glass. So there's two types of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So straight ahead, that machine with the doors closed, that's the glass furnace. Up on the big screen, they have a diagram shows you what it looks like inside. So inside there is a big ceramic pot, and in that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Then we have the glory holes, which are the round guys with the doors open, and those have no glass in them. Those are just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So the glass is kind of like wax. When you get it hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it gets stiff again. So you have a minute or two after you heat it up where you can shape it easily, and then it starts to stiffen, and you go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. It depends on what we're making. Uh, you know, if we're making big things, it might be once a week. If we're making little things, it might be once every couple of weeks. Glass is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which lowers the melting temperature of the sand, and the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those three things into the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, you have a tank full of glass. So Sarah, shaping up our bubble. That's going to become our sculpture. We've coated that bubble with a reddish amber glass. Everything is going to look orange while we're making it. That orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat not the color of the glass. So that glass could be blue or green or purple, and it would look the same. Why not wood? Just the wooden tools, they're good because they don't suck any heat out of the glass. The metal tools suck heat out of the glass. So the wooden tools, it stays hot and soft longer. And the wood doesn't mark the glass like the metal tools do. So they're letting that cool and stiffen, and we're going to put another layer of clear molten glass over that. So our guest artist is Ayano Yoshizumi, the woman in the striped shirt on the far right side of the studio. And she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make her sculptures. We've started one over on the workbench in the center. The woman who's holding the pipe right now, that's Sarah Gilbert. She's one of our museum glass blowers. And she's letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to coat it with more clear molten glass. So basically what we're doing at this point is accumulating enough glass to make the sculpture. You have to do it in a series of layers, because when we dip it in the furnace, only a certain amount of glass sticks, and so we can't get all the glass at once. So Sarah's going over to our furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. Sarah comes out, she'll have a fresh layer of hot molten glass. She'll drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. We want to layer 2 different colors. So inside that silver oven with the big handle, we have what's called a color cup. We have another hollow bubble with a different color. And we're going to stuff Sarah's bubble into the color cup. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? Cup. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So the one marked inside color bubble, that's what Sarah has. The color cup itself, the one marked color cup is in that oven over there. And we're going to stuff one inside the other. This is a way we can layer different colors or patterns. In this case, it's colors. So Sarah's heating up the glass in the glory hole. The round ovens with the doors open are called glory holes. They have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. They run on natural gas and forced air, and we keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit or 1250 Celsius. So Sarah's going over to our annealer where she's going to stuff the color cup. She's going to drop her bubble inside another one. There, you can see it on the big screen. So now the two bubbles are joined, and we've layered the colors. You guys have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? So now Ben, tall guy, is going to shape the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, Marver. Marver. So in the center, Ben, tall guy sitting in the center bench. He's shaping the glass with a pad of wet newspaper, ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. So we're going to blow this bubble into a metal mold. So right now we're accumulating enough glass so we can blow it into the mold. Does anybody have any questions?
So he's working with a really large piece of glass. How many times has he dipped it in to gather glass off of that?
I'd say at this point about 4, I think.
So he's got a big bubble in there then. Yeah. Okay. First came in, I could tell there was a big bubble. Gather.
Hi, how are you guys? Do you guys have any questions? So the woman in the striped shirt at the center of the workshop, that's our guest artist, Ms. Yoshizumi. She's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make her sculptures. You can see the things that we're making are similar to the ones that you see on the table. Similar, not the same. So right now we're just letting that bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to coat it once more with hot molten glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. Can we put up the drawing? The Sunday morning drawing? It's the other one? That's the one we're making in the afternoon. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Mm, maybe 9 or 10 pounds. So we're going to coat that again. And that'll probably double the weight. You may notice that, yes, I think that's the one we're going to make this morning. Yes, I think that's the right one. So there's Ms. Yoshisumi's drawing. So we're going to blow it into a rectangular mold, and then we're going to give it a little twist, and we're going to add these clear marbles to the outside. So Ben has taken the pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we reach in the furnace to get glass like that, it gets the pipes hot. We take it to that trough, the pipe cooler, and we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. We're going to shape it in a tool called the block. The block is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. Ben, the tall guy at the center, is heating the glass up, and we're going to shape it in that scoop-shaped tool sitting on the workbench called the block. The block is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. We're going to blow this bubble into a rectangular mold. You can see some examples over on the table. Now we're shaping it in the block. So Courtney sitting to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating it as Ben sitting at the workbench shapes it. Now Ben is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. Does anybody have any questions? So Ben is jacking it down some more. When they point that bubble down at an angle, the glass is soft and the bubble will stretch under its own weight. So we're making that bubble longer. So Carly, seated to the left, is blowing as Ben shapes it. Ms. Yoshizumi, in the striped shirt, our guest artist, is holding a paddle in front of Ben's arm to shield him from the heat. So here's our rectangular mold. We had it in an oven called the annealer, where we warmed it up. If we blow into this mold, if the metal is warm, it won't leave any marks on the glass. When we blow into a mold, we have to sort of prepare the bubble to make it similar to the shape we're going to get from the mold. So we're going to stretch that out a little bit, that bubble, make it longer, and we're also going to flatten it so it fits in that middle mold. Anybody have any questions? How what?
How heavy is that that he's lifting it out of?
I'd say it's about 25, 30 pounds.
Oh, okay.
25. But it feels like a whole lot more way out on the end of that pipe. It's like picking up a bowling ball. We're going to get that bubble really hot. I'm going to go drop it in the mold and blow. He blows into that tube and closes it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure expand the air and blow it out against that mold. We'll keep it in the mold till we feel that it's stiff enough to retain its shape. So we're going to take the mold and put it back in the annealer, that big black oven. That'll keep it warm until we're ready to make the next one. Actually, we're going to use it once more to square up the top of that. Can we put up Ms. Yoshizumi's drawing up on the big screen? So we're making a rectangular form, and then we're going to give it a twist. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up some of Ms. Yoshizumi's sculptures on the big screen. So these are examples of the type of sculptures that our guest artist makes. So they're similar in the vein to the one that we're making here. You guys have any questions? The glass heats up slowly. It doesn't, it's not like ice where it hits a certain temperature and just turns to liquid. More like wax or butter, so you get a little hotter, it's a little softer. So you'd have to put it in there for a little while to make it actually collapse. But we don't want it to collapse, so we won't do that. But yeah, it just heats up slowly. Yeah, it heats up slowly, so we're not heating it enough to make it collapse. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. The next part of this process will be to transfer the glass from the pipe that it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel pipe called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the sculpture from the bottom while we shape the top. Over on the far left, Courtney, the man with the long beard, is preparing the punty. We do what's called the blow punty. Instead of making a punty on a solid rod, we make it on a pipe, and we put a ring of glass around the end and leave the hole at the end open. So we attach it over that hole that we drilled, and then we can blow it into the form after we remove it. So over on the far left, Courtney has the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use it as a temporary handle to hold the sculpture from the bottom while we shape the top. Now Courtney's coming over with the punty. We'll attach it over that hole that we drilled. We'll put a little notch in the punty so that we have a place we can break it off cleanly. When they feel that the bond between the sculpture and the punty is stiff enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. He's blowing air on the punty to stiffen it a little bit. We want to stiffen something, we blow air on it. We want to soften something, we blow fire on it. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. Give the pipe a sharp tap. And off it comes. So now the sculpture is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, is going to give a talk here in the Hot Shop, tell you about her work. That'll be at 1. Hi. Do you guys have any questions? Well, the longer they put it in there, the softer it gets. Um, they're looking mostly at the motion because as it gets hotter, it kind of flops around more, and you have to turn it faster to keep it on center. So you sort of get feedback through the pole. But it's an experience thing, really. There's no thermometers or what? Yes, yes, yeah. These guys are all have at least 20 years experience making glass, except for our interns, about 8. So we're going to widen the opening. So Ms. Yoshizumi wants to put some elements inside the sculpture. So those were pre-made. They're sitting in this silver oven, in a black oven at the center of the workshop. She's got her big grabbers. She's going to grab them and stick it inside. The glass that attaches the sculpture to the metal pole is very fragile. As long as it's warm, everything will be okay. If it gets too cold, the glass will crack and the thing will fall off. So you'll see periodically one of the glass blowers will grab a torch and warm up the connection between the metal rod and the sculpture. Sometimes when we break the glass away from the metal pipe, some of the little chips go into the piece, which is something we don't want. So I think they've found one little chip that's gone inside, so they're going to poke it out. We have our furnaces. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So the machines with the doors closed are the glass furnaces, and each one of them has a big ceramic tank, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of molten glass. The molten glass is kept at 2,100 degrees. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So we take a steel pipe, dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when we blow, it blows up like a balloon. So we're preheating some of the elements that we're going to stick on the inside. They're in this little oven in the center of the workshop. Ms. Yoshizumi has got a pair of grabbers, long tongs. She's going to grab the element that she wants out of that oven. We'll heat it up so it's soft and sticky. And then Ms. Yoshizumi will place it inside the sculpture. Does anybody have any questions? So we're heating up another one of these marbles, and we're going to stick it on the inside of the sculpture. Can we put up the drawing for this sculpture? So this is the original drawing that we're working from. Ms. Yoshizumi is Japanese. She got her original art degree from an art university in Japan. Then she studied at the Toyama Institute of Glass Art, and then came to Australia, where she worked at a studio called the Glass Factory, the Jam Factory, sorry. Now she's back at Toyama as an assistant instructor. So we're heating up the glass in the glory hole. We're concentrating the heat on the top of the sculpture. We're going to grab it with the tweezers. We're going to stretch it out and narrow it a little bit. And then we're going to squeeze it with the jacks and close it down. So we want it closed on both ends, like this is, or this one. The color in glass comes mostly from metal dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white.
And is that inside the oven? It's already colored, or do you add it later?
We buy colored glass separately. Can we put up the color bar photo? We buy colored glass separately in the form of those bars. We buy them like artists buy paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. Can we put up the color overlay diagram? So if you look, what? Yes. So if you look up on the photo on the right, you'll see that we coated the initial bubble, and so it's not yellow through and through. It's just a lining of yellow, and then we blow it up. For all intents and purposes, it looks like it's made out of blue glass or green glass or yellow glass. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled up the furnace with blue, we could only make blue things. Ben is squeezing that opening a little bit with the newspaper, the wet newspaper. Make it narrower so we can close that opening up with the jacks, the metal tongs. You know, to the end, you'll see it. We're probably a half hour at least. Okay. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Oh, good, good. I want you to enjoy it. That's our goal. You guys have it? Good. So we're squeezing the open end with the jacks, those metal tongs. We're going to keep squeezing it until we close that end up. We're going to take the shears and bust off that gnarly part where we squeezed it. So Ben, the tall guy in the black shirt, has got the shears, and we're going to bust off that part that we squeezed. It just holds it. If we got it too hot, it would soften. It's stiff enough that it just holds its shape. And the glass heats slowly. It doesn't, as soon as it's hot, like automatically collapse or turn to liquid. It just kind of gets a little softer the longer we put it in that oven. Get one. The one in the striped shirt? Oh. Oh, that's Sarah? Yeah, what about her? Oh, where the glass attaches to the metal pole, that connection is fragile. As long as we keep it warm, everything will be okay. If it starts to get too cold, it can crack, and then the whole thing will fall on the floor. So when I say warm, I mean above 900 degrees. So now we've closed up the end of that form. But if you remember, earlier on, we drilled a small hole in the base where we've attached the pipe. So we can still blow into that and keep the form inflated. So we want the end that's kind of round and soft now. We want that to be square, like the back of it is. So we're going to pull the mold out of the annealing oven again, and we're going to blow it into the mold, and that'll square up the opposite end. Can we put up some of the kids and stills up on the big screen? So look up on the big screen. These are some of the sculptures we made from the kids' drawings. There you go. Ben is taking the corks, the cork pads, and he's shaping the front end, the top of the sculpture. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a little bit hotter than the glass furnaces. Do you guys have any questions? Over on the far left, Sarah has donned a silver jacket. The jacket is made out of Kevlar, and she's going to grab our metal mold from the annealing oven, the big black oven, where it's staying warm. We put it on that cart. We're going to bring it over here to the center of the workshop, and then we're going to blow this into the metal mold, and that'll square up the top. Sarah pulled out our mold, placed it on the cart, and we'll wheel it over to the center of the workshop. We have to keep the steel mold hot, otherwise it'll leave marks on the glass when we blow into it. So we're going to get that bubble really hot and soft. And we're going to go over to those stairs, and we're going to blow it into this mold, that rectangular steel mold. Sarah's adding a ceramic plate in there to make the opening in the mold a little bit smaller. Ben's going to come over with the bubble, up those stairs, drop the bubble into the metal mold, and blow. We'll stay in the mold till the glass is stiff enough to retain its shape. Has anybody got any questions? If you came in a little later, we have a guest artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, in the striped shirt at the center of the workshop, and she's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make her sculptures. Can we put up the drawing? So this is the drawing that we're working from. Now that we've got that form kind of squared up, we're going to give it a twist. Miss Yoshizumi is heating up the center of that form. So that center will be soft, and it'll enable us to give it that twisted form. The torch in her hand is a propane torch. It has a 3,500 degree flame. We use the torches when we want to heat a specific area of the glass. When we put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats up the whole thing. When we heat it with the torch, we can focus the heat in a particular place, make that part extra hot and extra soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. You guys have any questions? So we're heating up the center of that form to soften it so it'll twist when we give it a twist. Has anybody got any questions? The artists on our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team are working with our guest artist. That's in the center, that's Ben Cobb. To the left, Courtney Branham. Behind the workbench, Carly Uphoff. And Max standing by the furnace door. Sarah Gilbert somewhere. When we swing the glass like that, longer. Longer. There.
How is the guest artist chosen? Is this an artist who has commissioned y'all to do?
No. They make a proposal. We think it's a cool proposal. We invite them. So, Yoshizumi is shaping the glass using cork pads. Those black pads are made out of cork. Cork is a material which allows us to shape the glass, to press on the glass without leaving any marks. So our guest artist has put on some protective clothing. She's put on Kevlar gloves and a face shield. And she's going to get in there and give our sculpture a little twist. She's warming up the gloves in the fire. The gloves are made out of Kevlar. They're fire resistant and insulating. So just grab it with the Kevlar gloves. And start to give it a little twist. Glass is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. The lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. You throw those three things into a furnace, cook it overnight at 2400 degrees. They all melt together and make glass. Where the tanks of melted glass are, those are on 24/7. The round ones, the glory holes, those are only on during the working day. So our guest artist has given that shape a twist. Do you guys have any questions? Do you guys on the balcony have any questions? I can't hear you. Oh, um, if there's some dust or some debris on there, we brush it off so it doesn't get stuck in the glass. When we shape the glass with the corks, those cork pads, there's little grains of burnt cork that come off the pads, and we brush them off. glass would be the higher gel effect. Uh, 30 pounds maybe? I'm just guessing. I can't actually feel it, so. What? What about the paddles? Oh, it's just they're wood. They're made out of wood. They're charred. Yeah. So when they're new, there's a lot of fire and smoke, but once we've used them for a while, they're charred. So we're going to add some more pre-made elements to the outside of the sculpture. They're warming them up in that small black oven at the center of the workshop. Not while we're working, but when we cool it down, we have to cool it down very slowly so we don't create a big temperature differential between the inside and the outside. Probably cooler inside. At this point, it doesn't make any difference. The glass is soft, so it's not temperature sensitive. We're grabbing one of these marbles that we made previously. We're going to attach it to the outside of the sculpture. So I think we're close to being done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take the glass off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll cool very slowly over a day or two. Because the connection between the sculpture and the metal rod is fragile. As long as it's kept warm, everything's fine. If it's allowed to get too cold, that connection will crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. So now we want to even the temperature out. We want the whole thing to be as even a temperature as possible before we put it in the annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. Each day we heat up our annealers to 925 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, it has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. So we're pretty much done. We're going to take the sculpture off the metal rod and place it in the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We'll take it over to the yoke on the far left. And Sarah, in the silver suit, is going to place it in the annealer. Ben's coming over with the sculpture itself. We'll drip some water on the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. The water will crack that joint, and a sharp tap will release it and into the annealer. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, Max, Courtney Branham, and Carly Up. Has anybody got any questions? 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Experience. Yeah, just from doing it for 20-odd years. How do you know when your food is ready on the grill? Because we want to heat small areas of the furnaces are kind of more on simmer, so it's a low but constant. He was in this season's Blown Away. On episode 6, he was a guest judge. Benjamin Cobb. They did a challenge where they were making glass sculpture from kids' drawings. Yep, that's him. Yes, he's the director of our glass shop. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're going to do some preparatory work for our next sculpture that we're going to make this afternoon. And we're going to make what's called a color cup or a stuff cup. Sarah, in the black shirt and shorts, is blowing a bubble of clear glass. Courtney, the man with the long beard, is heating up a bar of colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. Maybe not. Maybe I got that wrong. So I got it half right. They are making a color cup, but they've made a little bubble that they pre-made, and we're going to make a color cup out of that. So Sarah is making what's called a collar. She's put a ring of glass around the end of that pipe, and she's left the hole at the end of the pipe open so she can blow through it. And we're going to attach the little pre-made tube, the start, to that collar. So Courtney's going over to the annealer. He's going to grab one of our pre-made color cups. Whoa. Take it to the glory hole and warm it up. So this bubble is made out of a patchwork of flat pieces of glass, kind of assembled like a jigsaw puzzle. We're going to attach our pre-made cup to Sarah's collar. So the bubbles Sarah has is going to be the start of our next sculpture, and it has this patchwork pattern on it. Sarah shaping the glass on the steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, Marver. The woman working the glass now is Sarah Gilbert. She's a core member of our glass blowing team here at the Museum of Glass, and she's been working in glass for 23 years. Sarah's going to squeeze the glass with a tool called the jacks. We're going to trim off a little bit at the front end. Sarah's shaping the bubble. The pad in her hand is just wet, ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. One of the glass blowers, Max, is seated to the left of the workbench. He's there in case Sarah needs him to blow. Did you make your drawing? Okay, yeah, no, the team is really good at interpreting the kids' drawings. The what? Yeah, no, they're good. We'll call you up. We'll family down. We'll make it like this month, do another drawing, make one next month? No. What? No. Well, not today. We're not going to. Today we're working with our guest artist to make her sculptures. That's what's on the agenda for today. We're not going to make any plates or bowls today. We make them sometimes, just not today. have to come another day. Yes. So our artist, our guest artist, Miss Yoshizumi, she's come all the way from Japan to make her sculptures with us. So that's what we're doing. To draw the pattern to the center, when we pick up these, see, yes. When we pick up the patterning, it's flat, we roll it up into a tube, and we close the end, and so there's kind of a little bald spot there, and so we squeeze it down, and that draws the pattern together, and so it entirely covers the bubble. Sarah's blown some air on that bubble to cool it down a bit and stiffen it. And I think we're going to put another layer of hot molten glass on top of that bubble. Sarah's going over to our glass furnace. Behind that door, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We dip the bubble into the big tank of molten glass and coat it. We'll drip off some of the excess into that steel can. We'll save that. Next, seated to the left of the workbench with the white T-shirt, he blows through the steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflates the glass as Sarah shapes it. Now we're going to transfer the bubble from the rod it's on now to another steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So it's 12:50 now. At 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Ms. Yoshizumi, will be giving a talk here in the hot shop. You'll hear all about her career, her teaching, all sorts of stuff. Yes, we are big proponents of working in teams. There are people who work by themselves. It's possible, but it's sort of limiting. It limits what you can do. So we prefer to work in teams. But it's not impossible. You can make certain things by yourself, but not everything. So So we've attached the punty to the bottom of our bubble. We're going to heat up the neck, and we're going to break it off the original pipe. We'll chill it with the jacks, those metal tongs, give it a tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can be heated and shaped. Can we put up? Oh, we can't put up anything. Forget I even said that. Does anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? How does the glass what? Cool? You say cool or glow? Cool. Well, we put it in a special oven and we turn the temperature down very slowly so that it doesn't cool too fast and it doesn't break. So we slowly, we turn the temperature down very slowly so the glass cools slowly so it doesn't break. If we just cooled it quickly, the glass would break. How long does it take? For most things, it's just overnight. But as things get thicker and more complicated, then we cool it over longer periods. Yeah, they're making a shape. Can we put up? There's no one up there. We're making what's called a stuff cup. So that we have this, looks like a little bowl with the pattern in it. And we're going to drop another bubble inside. And so that'll layer the patterns of the colors. So another thing, I have a diagram, but nobody's up there, so I can't show you at the moment. But basically, this will be the pattern on the outside of her sculpture. So we're going to take our color cup, our stuff cup, and we're going to place it in that silver oven called the garage. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, and we're ready to use it. We'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. So that color cup will stay warm during the lecture and lunch, and then when we come back, we'll heat it up a little more and make the rest of the sculpture. Yes? No, we don't have a picture of it. We have a drawing. Can we put up, oh no, we can't put it up because we don't, no one's up in the booth. It's going to be similar to these sculptures that you see here on the table. So we're getting pretty close here. So we just kind of hang on to that cup and put it in the garage and make sure that it's stiff and it's going to retain its shape. Because if it's even a little bit hot, too hot, it'll slump while we wait. It'll kind of sag a little bit. We'll be starting our lecture very soon. Well, for making marble, so you roll it in there, switch it, switch it, and eventually the thing becomes a nice sphere. Yeah, this is what they used to make marbles back in the day with. So we, like here, she has some spheres that she wants to add to the sculpture. So we use the marble.
Well, that's something new.
Can we play Kids Design Glass while we wait for our talk to begin?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Well, thank you, everybody. My name is Susan. I'm the Curator of Education here at Museum of Glass. And it's so interesting that we got to watch the Kid Design Glass, a little movie there, because this year is the 20th anniversary of Kids Design Glass. And we're going to celebrate that with an exhibition in the Grand Hall. And very interestingly, the predominance of the pieces in that exhibition are extraterrestrials and mutant earthlings. So it's going to be an interesting conversation, and we can see what children have been thinking about a little bit over the last 20 years. But now it's my great pleasure to introduce our wonderful artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, who is Japanese. She has a BFA in glass, and she was an application residency. And that is people, artists all over the world apply to come here to explore ideas with our team. And it's a very competitive process, so we congratulate her very much for coming here. And you can see the monumental scale of the work that she has been exploring, and it's been a wonderful exercise, as is every residency, for our team to stretch and apply these new ideas to glass. Ayano has also studied in Australia, and this museum too has strong links to Australia and the Jam Factory. And you returned from Australia in 2022, and you are now working at the Toyama Institute of Glass Art. I've really been interested in learning about your work. She's very much inspired by the aesthetics of Japanese minimalism and simplicity and bright colors. And we have just been having so much fun watching you develop these new ideas. So I'm handing it over to you now, and we'll eagerly hear what you have to say about your new work here. Thank you.
Thanks for everyone coming here and then watching the demos. And I wanted to say, first of all, thank you for the people all supported me to get here, and the team, amazing team. What I wanted to do things, but I don't have a skill. But for here, like it can be made done with that amazing, talented team. So I appreciate that first. And I'm gonna introduce a little bit of myself. And can I move this chair? I just can't see my note. So my name is Ayano Yoshizumi. I'm glassblower, and I'm the sweet tooth, and I'm plant lover and gardener. And thanks again to having me. This is such a great museum here. And this artist in residence is one of my bucket lists, so I'm so glad to be here, and I can't express how excited I am. And that was the photo of I was 3, and I'm eating ice cream. And still, ice cream is the best and favorite things, even like after 30 years. Then I went to art university, which called Musashino Art University in Tokyo, and that is the place where I met glass. And I was in industrial and design course, so I have to pick 4 trial courses before I decide the major. And then I took glass blowing course, the class, and then I just got into it. Glass blowing is just so amazing to, just do things and then make things. And this is the quite early stage of work. I think it's probably from 2nd class of glass blowing. So I'm pretty sure I'm like good at it enough at the time. And this is the picture of the studio visiting where I'm gonna use this PowerPoint. Go, it works. So here's the professor, Shunji Omura. He has a lot of experience, worked in glass blowing field, and also he trained in England, and he taught a lot of workshop at Nijima Glass Art Center, which is the quite popular and big facilities in Japan to do workshops like Pelchak, and also he taught numerous workshops at Pelchak as well. So he is introducing the foreign glass culture to the Japanese students. And after graduated the uni, I moved to Toyama Prefecture, which is known for the biggest glass community in Japan, for continuing study at Toyama Institute of Glass Art, where I'm working now. And you can see the massive, how much snow we can get. Like, that is the it's kind of, mountain area, but we get that much snow just for the season. And then you probably can't see, but can you see the red flag? That is the like highest point of how much snow piled up as a snow wall. And it's pretty touristy area, and then I like it too. And Toyama is the kind of up north middle of Japan here. I just put the geographic information just in case you know where the Toyama is. And in winter, it's always gray, but like cloudy. But in the spring, you can see beautiful Tateyama Range. It's similar to like Tacoma scenery, and I quite like it to see the Mount Rainier when it's sunny enough. And this is the traditional house look in Toyama area. This area is known for producing rice. So ancient farmers settle their house evenly spaced out that makes easy to look after their rice field. They owned each rice field. And so property has everything around the house in such a tiny space, like planted cedar trees for wind sealing and also used for cooking, and fruit trees and veggie patch and chicken coops and so much going on. And then that's the view. In May, all rice fields have filled up with water. Such a lovely view from outlook. I really like the way of living. Luckily, and I luckily have owned one of the style house from 2 years ago. So I'll introduce a photo of my house. Garden later. Now I'm introduce where I live and work and glass community in Toyama. Toyama's glass community is designed for 3 streams to support glass artists around Toyama. Education at Toyama Institute of Glass Art and exhibition opportunity at Toyama Glass Art Museum, and job opportunity at Toyama Glass Studio to circulate glass activities in this city. And all students have a different, unique background from graduated from a university to change the occupation from pastry chef. And the school have some opportunity for glass artists. First of all, job opportunity as for foreigner teacher in hot shop. There is the 2 to 4 years contract, depend on the contractor. Recent application has been closed, unfortunately, but if you are interested in apply in the future, keep your eyes on Tiger website or Instagram. I put the links on the top. And always this school and a hot shop when I was working at the facility members broad. As a glass blower, I would say we have everything we need to blow glass. It's not all pictured, but I have 4 working stations and 2 double-sided glory holes and 1 big glory hole and 2 furnaces in spacious workshop. So our second one is the Artist in Residency at Toyama Glass Studio, hosted by Tiga. Toyama Institute of Glass Art is running 6 weeks Artist in Residency since 2010, and an application will be accepted by 12th of June. This package includes a solo exhibition at Toyama Glass Art Museum and demo in Toyama Glass Studio for public. And I'm super encouraged to apply if you are a glass artist. We can just do everything in that facility. And we have several kilns and practical hot shop and cold shop, and you can get more details on the website too. And this picture is, he's American, Lucky Gassman came in the Toyama in 2018. This is the Toyama Glass Art Museum, has built in 2015. So it's quite new for activating glass culture for public and glass artists. The architecture designed by one of the famous Japanese architect, Kengo Kuma. And this is the inside of museum, and all cedar facade was made out of local Toyama cedar trees. And people love it to take photos of this. It's, you know, super cool. And the Fully team came at Toyama in 2015 for a commissioned work by Toyama Glass Art Museum. And Tifli's work at Toyama has been exhibited on 6th floor of Toyama Glass Art Museum as a permanent collection. And you can see the world, little glass world and connection between Washington and Toyama. So I'm gonna introduce more practice now. And I'm a girl who likes abstract painting and using the color a lot. I think it's influenced by painter Henry Matisse and designer Edward Solas more. And some reference of his painting and color palette always admires of usage of color and dynamic stroke and sense of freedom from his painting. And from my design background at the university, I've drawn into the design object too. Still have the same taste. Strong playfulness is the key. And these are some of graduation work at Toyama Institute of Glass Art. And this is the series what I'm making now, how started in 2015. I see my work as a three-dimensional canvas to strive property of glass in terms of color and light and liquid state with twisted humor. There is a reason why I stick with rectangular shape lifted from the canvas, yet constructed and compositions are all different. That is the one of graduation work I made in Toyama too. And this one. And this one. So in 2017, I participated Asia Link residency at Canberra Glassworks, Australia. This was the first residency in overseas for me, and I wasn't able to speak English as much as I know. So it was absolutely challenging, yet having great 6 weeks to absorb new things in. This residency gave me a lesson to be patient for your practice and importance to step out from your comfort zone for your growth. And I believe residency isn't just not the place to produce your work and exhibit. And meeting new glass community and new people are helping cross over each culture and make steps and uniqueness into our work. We definitely need to take an advantage of the worldwide small glass community. And after this residency, I had a feeling I would love to be involved foreign glass community, especially Australian glass community. And that is the result what I produced in the residency for 6 weeks. I haven't taken a photo of everything, but that is the group shot of what I made up there. And this is the beautiful non-profit organization, John Frackley, for training young artists and craft makers. Some of artists in Canberra Glassworks recommended to me to visit John Frackley in South Australia. At the time, John Frackley was able to organize associate traineeship for international applicants. And I was luckily enough to join the associate training program in Glass Studio from 2016 to 2020. And Australian glass community is warm and progressive because of the glass culture is still young in the history, yet a small community. They are working super closely and supporting and teaching each other from established artists to emerging artists like after the graduating uni. Nick Mount, he brought lots of American glass culture in Australia, and he is still working around the Jim Prackley. Also well-known artists Claire Belflage and Tom Moore and Tim Edwards are based at Jam. And it was privileged to work all glass artists to learn new things by assisting and also training SIP as well. And just not the glass, I made a lot of friends in Australia. That was really good. And I'm introduced work where which I produced in Australia, and I really enjoy anyone has different unique comments of my work. And someone described my work as old TV screen, and this work was described as a swimming pool with green pants. And this. I like to make a work in the group as well. So if it goes well with color-wise or shape-wise, I took a group shot together as well. And living in Australia, this experience let me push myself a little bit further in terms of color usage of my work. I had been hesitated to utilize bold color and pattern making, even I liked. Influence is not just a technical aspect, it affects preference of the color palette too. And Doris Pale work was made in COVID pandemic for an exhibit Hughes Glass Prize 2020. We were fortunately to get the venue to see or introduce people actually see the work in person. And this was the first piece I introduced color glass into my work. And I will skip that because I can't resume the YouTube. And that was made in 2021 for an exhibition. And this one too. This one too. And those triptych icon group had exhibit at the Art Gallery of Western Australia, and they are joined permanent collection in 2021. And I made this in 2022. And I really like this piece, it's my favorite. And this combination of work has been acquired by the Sposa Castle. I probably can't pronounce correctly, but sorry for that. In Italy, as an award of winning Aldo Bellini acquisition prize at the Milano Batro under 35. And also that made in 2022. This one is favorite too, like shark fin, and it's pretty nice quality. You can see it's engraved and fire pushed, and I quite like co-working too. And this one too, and this one too, and this one too. I just have a bunch of workshop. And this one too. So these drawings are the Intel drawings, what I wanted to make for this residency. And it's nearly 10 years to start this series of work. And I thought it's time to make work more unconventional. And I think 2 and 3 are example. The use of a hot torch allows me to make a soft curved or harsh bend to exaggerate movement of glass flow. That makes a contrast between conventional frame, which mold blowing gives, and expanding movement. Expanding movement by intentional heating with a hot torch. And I'm really aiming to make the work at the distances is scaling up in size-wise and introducing more complex pattern or color application onto this work. Glass blowing is the hardest labor to be a perfect one. It needs a lot of practice and patience before you reached certain point. So I've been spoiled a lot to have such a great team to help out lots of things which I probably couldn't accomplish by myself. Like if I have 30 years, I can probably do it, but it's a lot of time. And then I'm gonna show a little bit work at what I'm done. Then still 2 in the annealer, which is the oven. We cool the glass down really slowly, but it came out. It's from I think Friday. Yeah. So I'm introducing the color application more complexly. Like it's dark, so you might can't see it, but it has a color graduation. I applied the first color, and then also I have made a stuff cup which has faded color on it. So we started to make it the graduation color between blue and yellow. And also I'm doing the trails to make it really fine line patterns on it. And I haven't done it yet, so I'm pretty happy with the result, what I got here. And alongside, I have been making one-off or production glass too. And my backline has been trained as a production glass blower in Toyama and Australia. So this is the most successful way for me to understand the process of glass blowing and designing the glass object. Accumulated knowledge is definitely helping making artwork too. And this is the recent work is lighting I made this year, and what I would love to put my effort more. This lighting are collaboration work with a local metal fabrication company in Toyama to ask them the metal fillings for my glass shades. And I wanted to discover more good shape or color combination to make a family of them. And I do goblet too. It's not often, but for fun. And I was really into it to making goblet at the time, and I found out Secret Goblet Society on Instagram, and then that is the competition of the making glass goblets in 2021, and I used the color bar for stem, and then making an extravagant goblet because it's just a solid bar. Oops, sorry. In the middle, and then I put the label back on to make it nicer. And that's a different shot, and I'm really into the shot, how I can get the good shot. This is my friend helped me to set up this goblet to take a nice photo too. And I'm making small stuff too, because I think Japanese glass market is totally different from here. And then Japanese, I think, tend to like small pieces, and I'll make those things too. And this is the glass planter. And this is another glass planter and wiggly stake. It's a plant stake. I made those things for my solo in last year. And I barely seen planter and plant stakes in glass, so I saw a good opportunity to make those with the point of view from indoor plant lover. And this is a fun solo exhibition last year. I collaborated with a local nursery to decorate space by indoor plants and a bunch of glass objects. There are some photos at the exhibition venue and some indoor plants brought from my house. And this one too. As a side, if I have a spare time, my passion is gardening, and I've been felt myself torn apart. This is the juicy beginning season of the old gardener. I'm really enjoying only spilling veggies, and soon I need to planting some summer veggies and snow peas, garlics and onions and pak choys and strawberries and beetroots and more to come after the cold winter. And anyway, this is my house. Sorry, the picture is not good. It's kind of dark, but that is my property. And then I have like kind of big-ish house and carport and garage where I wanted to put my effort to turn into the studio one day. And this is the photo of my garden, and I'm really looking forward to harvesting those snow peas and strawberries once I'm back at the house. It should be fruited now. And yeah, that is my backyard. And lots of, garlics and snow peas and strawberries. You can see it by the back. And also, Toyama is known for Japan tulip kingdom. From my investigation, I think 50% of Japanese tulips and tulip bulbs are produced in Toyama. And since I own the house, I'm trying to grow local produced tulip. And it's extremely difficult. And I think flower is the next one. But I'm really enjoying seeing, beautiful color and shape. So I think that's all. Thank you. So I probably, we will start from, I think, 2. So if you have a time, you can see the glass blowing from 2 to 5. Thank you for coming.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we're working with a special guest artist from Japan, Ayano Yoshizumi. She's the woman in the striped shirt. And she's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make some of her sculptures. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a variety of her sculptures in this slideshow. So just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. That's 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, those are called blowpipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in the form of colored glass bars. See if I can find a sample for you. We put up the color bar photo. Okay, well. So we buy these bars from two companies in Germany. They have like 200 different colors. If we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with whatever color we want the object to be. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we can have any color at any time. So if you watch Sarah, that's Sarah in the black shirt and shorts. She just dipped her bubble into the big tank of molten glass. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. So now Sarah is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. It's a little scoop-shaped tool made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as she shapes the glass. So just before lunch, we made what's called a color cup with a kind of a quilt patchwork pattern. And we're going to stuff a bubble of clear glass that Sarah's making into that. And that's called stuffing a color cup. Can we put up the stuffing a color cup drawing? So The one that Sarah's making is the one that's marked inside color, and the color cup is waiting in an oven, and we're going to stuff Sarah's bubble inside there. So Sarah's bubble is all clear glass, so we'll have enough what do we call it? We'll have enough glass to make a large object, but that the patchwork pattern will be on the outside of the glass. Does anybody have any questions so far? Yeah. No, yellow is hotter. It goes sort of dull. I mean, it's what's called black body radiation, if you want to get sciencey about it. It goes from red, is just kind of hot, orange is hotter, yellow is hotter, white is hotter than that. So when people say red hot, white hot, that's where that expression comes from. Sarah's going into the furnace again. Each time we dip it in the furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather, G-A-T-H-E-R. So when she comes out, she'll have a fresh coating of very hot molten glass. Sticks. Yes. Oh, they're shielding her arm from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if you place the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. It's a hollow metal jacket, and as a panel swings out, we drop the bubble in there, close it up. You see it. Do you guys have any questions? Yes, that's the pipe cooler. It's called a block. It's for shaping the glass. Kind of acts like a half-round mold. It's made out of wood, and you've got to keep it wet so it doesn't burn. We don't put any water in it. We None of this. Oh, we have a contest for kids. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make it out of glass. But we make whatever the kid drew. Yes. But they don't actually get down on the floor and work. So Sarah's shaping the glass. The pad in her hand that she's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper, regular everyday newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as it's wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. It's like blowing up a balloon. There's a little bit of resistance, but it's nothing to ever.
You can overdo it?
What?
Can you overdo it?
Yeah. We usually inflate it kind of slowly so you can keep an eye on the shape. And if you just blew as hard as you can, the thing would just blow up.
Okay. So that's part of the art, seeing
No, it's very simple. It's just blow, blow, blow hard, blow soft. That's it. There's nothing more to it than that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So we fished out our stuffed cup. Sarah's bubble on the far left is going to go inside the bubble that we have in the center. Can we put up stuffing a color cup again? So the one marked inside color bubble, that's what Sarah's making. And the one that's marked color cup, that's the bubble that Ben has in the center. I haven't the slightest idea. At the moment, it's not heavy. We're letting Sarah's bubble cool, and we're going to add another layer of clear glass. Each time we dip it into the furnace, only a certain amount of glass will stick. So if you need a lot of glass, you have to dip it in several times to get as much glass as you need. Sarah's coming over, and she's going to compare her bubble to the cup that she wants to stuff, so she knows how much glass to put on her bubble. We want to fill that patchwork bubble up with Sarah's glass. Sarah's going to drip off some excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. Sarah's going over to our pipe cooler. The only time these pipes get really hot is when we take a gather, when we reach into the furnace to get the molten glass out. We have to reach way in, and that gets the pipes hot, and we take them over to the pipe cooler. We just spray water on them. That cools them down and makes them easier to hold. So now we're going to take the color cup off the metal rod. We're going to place it in a little stand, and Sarah's going to come over with her bubble and stuff it. Place it in the stand. Sarah comes over with her bubble. Sure I'm not in anybody's way. She drops it down, and then she pushes. And the hot molten glass on the outside of the bubble fills up the cup. And that's what we call stuffing a color cup. You guys know that. The folks that you see here working on our floor are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They're very experienced glass blowers. Sarah, who's working the glass right now, has been blowing glass for 23 years. Ben, tall guy, 30 years. Courtney, probably about 25 years. He's shaping it against that metal table. Sometimes when we make we stuff the color cup, there's a little edge that sticks out on the edge, and so we kind of tuck it in by rolling it against that table. The oven that Sarah's heating up the glass in now is called the Glory Hole. It runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no glass in that one. It's just a brick barrel with a gas burner in the side. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? You guys have any questions? You know about our contest for kids? We have a special contest for kids. Yes. Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of it. And there's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And it's free to enter. And if you win, we'll call you up and bring the whole family. Cooling the glass very quickly under very controlled conditions, and it puts the outside of the glass in compression and makes it harder to break. What? Oh, after like the gather, yes, like thing. They stuffed it. Yeah. Because they need more glass to make things this big. So is it going to be? Can we put up the drawing for the afternoon? So that's the drawing that we're gonna, for the sculpture that we're gonna make. Right there, the man in the white t-shirt. He's blowing in there, and the glass on the other end is blowing up like a balloon. a particular place. Put it in the big round oven, it kind of heats up generally. If we need to heat in a particular place, we use it. Just want to soften part of the glass. Let's say you make it a vase, and the bottom is round, but you want it flat so it sits nicely on the table. You can torch the bottom. Only the bottom will be soft. You can flatten. Glass is a very important conductor. It's good for us because you can get one part hot and soft without disturbing the rest of the shape. So now we're letting the bubble cool and stiffen, and we're going to put more glass, clear glass on top of that. Each time we dip it in, it's called a gather, taking a gather. And between each gather, we let the bubble cool and stiffen so it doesn't collapse when we immerse it in the big tank of molten glass. We're done blowing it up. We'll blow it up fully once it's clean up all the glass. Can we put up the drawing we're working from? Can we put up the drawing? That is what we're going to do. We're not even halfway there. The design is hers. That's our guest artist, Ayano Yoshizumi. She's our guest artist, and the team is working from her designs. So she's our guest artist, so everything we're making this week is her design. Now Ben is going over to the furnace. And he's going to get another gather. So at this point, it's getting really big and heavy. So we're going over to the pipe cooler. We lay the steel pipe in that trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Nope. No water. Well, the scoop-shaped tool is called a block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water, but we don't use any water in it. We just want the wood to be damp so it doesn't burn. However much that weighs on a scale, it feels like 5 times as much because it's way out on the end of that pole. It's like picking up 2 bowling balls with a fishing pole. So the leverage is all wrong. So you'll notice that they try not to lift it too much. You try to keep it on the yokes and on the bench, and try not to carry it around more than is necessary, because it is quite heavy. Also, when we're turning it, it requires a lot of torque. If you've ever moved a mattress in your house, everybody hates moving a mattress, not because it's so heavy, but because it flops around. And you have to exert a lot of force to keep it from flopping around. The same thing is true of the glass. When it gets big and heavy, the thing flops around, and it takes a lot of torque to keep it in check. You may notice that a lot of the glass blowers are wearing gloves. They're not wearing gloves to protect themselves from the heat so much as they're wearing batting gloves that you would wear in a batting cage to get the grip on that pipe, because you're turning that small diameter pipe. There's a lot of torque necessary. The other day we had a young man who was a college baseball player come in, and when he saw these guys wearing batting gloves, he was very excited. Yes. Oh, I would guess 25 pounds, maybe 28 pounds, plus another 10 for the pipe. So now Ben is squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The tool in his hand is called the jacks. It's just beyond the head of the metal pipe. We call it the jack line. Notice we switch off often to distribute, because when we're making big, heavy things like this, we want to distribute the workload. He's blowing air on the jack line to stiffen it up a little so it doesn't wobble around so much. So when we want the glass to be stiffer, we blow air on it. When we want the glass to be softer, we blow fire on it. So our guest artist, Ms. Yoshizumi, has brought a mold with her. Our mold is in one of our annealing ovens. And you can look over on the far left. And they're going to yank the mold out. We need to preheat that mold. So you want to blow into it when it's hot. If you look at this example of this square piece on the pedestal, we blew that into the cold mold, and we have all the ripply marks. We don't want those ripply marks, so we're heating up the mold, and we won't get those marks. So that's our mold. It's made out of steel. We've been putting it in our annealing oven, our electric oven, where we've warmed it up so that when we blow the glass in there, it doesn't leave any marks on the glass. When we go into a mold like this, we want to kind of pre-shape the glass similar to the mold so that when we blow it out, it blows out evenly. So we're going to flatten that bubble. We're going to make it a little bit longer. He holds it at an angle like that. He's letting the glass stretch under its own weight. The glass is soft, and gravity will stretch it. So now we're preparing that bubble to go into our rectangular mold. Ben's going to go up those little stairs. He'll drop the bubble into our mold and blow. He blows into that pipe and closes it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air and blows the bubble out against the interior of the mold. We've got to keep it in the mold a little while till the glass cools and stiffens enough that it'll retain its shape. If we take it out when it's too soft, it'll lose the molded shape. Yeah, Ben is what we call the gaffer. He's the lead glass blower. This guy? Yeah, tall guy. But we don't, it's not planned out like choreography. That's a bad metaphor. In charge. And that'd be Ben, the tall guy. No. They're all assistants, and they just do whatever Ben tells them to do at the moment. They don't have a specific job. Does anybody have any questions? So we're returning the mold to the annealer, that electric oven, and we're going to take it out again, and we're going to blow into it once more. We're going to hold it from the bottom, and we'll blow the top into it, and then the top will be squared off like the bottom is. Yes?
You answered it. You got it.
So you can see our patchwork pattern. It's become stretched out quite a bit, so it's become quite translucent, but you can still see it pretty clearly. Does anybody have any questions? So our guest artist is the woman in the striped shirt, Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan. And she's working with our resident team of glassblowers here at the museum. The big tall guy, that's Ben Cobb. He's the head of our glass shop. To the left of the workbench, Sarah Gilbert and Max. Courtney Branham over on the far left, getting glass out of the furnace, and Carly Uphoff standing by the metal wall. We're drilling a small hole in the base of that bubble. We're going to stick another pipe over that hole so that we can blow into the form after it's been removed from the original pipe. The drill is an ordinary electric drill. The bit is a sharpened rod of tungsten. We heat up the tungsten rod till it's glowing, and then we can drill right into the hot glass. So the next big part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. the puntee will grab this glass from the bottom so we can shape the top. Courtney, over on the far left, is preparing the puntee. He's making a special kind of puntee. It's called a blow puntee. So he's put a ring of glass around the end of a pipe. We're going to stick it on the bottom over the hole that we drilled, and that'll not only support the thing while we're shaping it, but we'll actually be able to blow into the form and inflate it after we've taken it off the original pipe. So we'll stick the puntee onto the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We'll make a little notch in the puntee so we have a place to break it off later on. When they feel that bond is strong enough to support the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Every once in a while, you'll see Courtney wiggle the pipe. He's testing how stiff the bond is. Courtney feels that the bond is stiff enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. We'll give the pipe a sharp tap, and off it'll come. So you take the tweezers, drip water where we want it to break off. The water will crack that joint. Give it a tap, and off it comes. So now the sculpture is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? taking the torch and concentrating the heat on the very top of the bubble. So when we busted it away from the pipe, there was a little chip of glass that fell inside. And so Sarah's got a wire. She wants to poke at that little chip so it doesn't get melted on permanently. You see, we can knock it off and drop it out. She's reaching in with that wire. We put up some of Ms. Yoshizumi's work up on the big screen. So these are some examples of her sculptures. You see these more rectangular ones. Those are similar in style to what we're making right now. Does anybody have any questions? You all ready to go home and make your own? So we're concentrating our heat on the front end of the bubble. We can control how much of the bubble gets hot by how far we stick it in the furnace. So Ms. Yoshizumi has got a pair of elongated grabbers. She's going to grab one of these pre-made glass elements that she wants to put on the inside. They're in that small kiln at the center of the workshop. We're heating them up a little extra with the torch. So we're going to grab these little pre-made marbles that we made earlier in the day. We're going to stick it inside that bubble. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. donate one of her pieces to the museum collection, one of the things that she's made during her stay.
How long are they here when they make that?
5 days.
Only 5 days?
Some of our residencies are only 3 days. Hers is 5 days. I have no idea. The early 30s, maybe? Yes. It's Ayano Yoshizumi. Yeah, we have about 30 artists come over a period of a year. Sometimes it's sometimes, not super often. I mean, they have the other 20 sites a year. They have to be here making classes. Because the other 20 weeks, they are glass blowers have to be here to make glass for the museum. Some of it. Some of it. They sell things from all over, not just our own. Okay, I don't know anything about that. Unless it's shop. Some of the things in the museum are made by our team, and they're marked Museum of Glass. They're made by our team. But they sell stuff from all over. So we're closing down the big opening. We had it open wide so we could get those marbles on the inside. Now we're squeezing it and closing it down again because we want the front end to be square and closed like the back end. So now we've closed off the opposite end. We're going to pull our mold out again, and we're going to blow the top of that bubble into the mold to make it square. Does anybody have any questions? We started at 2:05. It's been taking about, I think, two and a half hours. But there's also a bunch of prep that went into it, so this is probably 4 hours total. As my friend Gabe says, it's 4 hours and 25 years. If you look over to your far left, you'll see they're fishing the mold out of our annealing oven, the big black oven. One of the glass blowers is put on a Kevlar jacket. So he's going to reach into the oven. The interior of that oven is about 925 degrees. We want to use the mold while it's hot so that we don't leave any what's called chill marks on the glass. If you remember, before we took this off the original pipe, we drilled a small hole in the base. We put the second pipe over that hole, so now we can blow into it. So when we drop it in the mold, we can blow into it, and that top portion will fill out and become a square like the back. So they're setting up the steel mold. Ben's going to get his bubble really hot. We're putting in a little ceramic plate to cut down the sides of the mold. We drop it in and blow. We blow into the pipe and close the pipe up with our thumb. And the heat and pressure expands the air and blows the mold bubble against the mold. We leave it in the mold for a little bit till the glass has cooled enough to retain its shape. So now you can see it's square on both sides. What's my name? Walter. What? It started in that big furnace. We got a big pot of melted glass, and we dipped the pipe into the melted glass and blew a bubble. And that's how it started. The oven is 2,100 degrees. So that's as hot as the hottest volcano. We have two furnaces, the ones with the doors closed where we keep the glass, and then we have the round ones where we just heat it up and soften it when we're working. So 2,300 degrees. It's a little bit hotter. So we're going to grab another one of those pre-made marbles. And we're going to adhere it to the outside according to the drawing. Can we put up the drawing again? No, that was the first, that one. Yes, that's the one we're making right now. So we're heating up our addition. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. We want to heat up the spot where we're going to attach it and the object we're going to attach. Okay, why is the building shaped like this? There's three reasons. Reason number one, most important, is it looks really cool. That's number one right there. Number two, the building is designed to act as a giant chimney. You're basically sitting inside a giant chimney, so there's a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway, before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw those big cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. No, steel. Oh, a big cone is made out of steel. Well, I don't know. It might have been pretty if we made it out of glass, but we didn't. I'm not exactly sure. I think the original building cost like $30 million. I think the original building cost about $30 million, and 10 of those came from a financier named George Russell, the Russell 500, and then I think they raised the rest of the money. I'm not sure how. 2002. Looks like we're getting pretty close to being done. The reason I say that is I see Sarah putting on some protective clothing, She's going to carry the finished piece to the annealer. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. The thicker something is, the longer we take to cool it. If we didn't do that, if we just put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. We keep the annealing oven at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night, it has a computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. So we'll prop that up on the yoke. We'll drip water on the joint between the metal rod and the sculpture itself. Give it a tap. Off it comes. And into our annealing oven. So let's have a big hand for our guest artist, Ayano Yoshizumi, and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're going to make some fancy striped goblets to end out the day here. We've laid out a pattern of fancy glass rods called cane on that ceramic plate. You can see it on the big screen. We're going to heat that up till all the rods stick together. And then we're going to roll it into a tube, and we'll make a bubble out of that tube. So now Max, in the white t-shirt, has picked up our cane pattern. He's going to put it in this silver oven called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we keep stuff warm until we're ready to use it. So we're going to be making some fancy tumblers. First order of business is to make a long striped bubble. We'll cut it up into small sections, and we'll use each section to make one of the tumblers. Can we put up the Supio drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, when we want to make a number of things that have the same pattern in them, instead of making the pattern over and over again, make a long bubble with the pattern in it, cut it up into little sections, and use each little section to make one of the glasses. So on that ceramic plate, we've laid out our cane, or rods of colored glass, for our stripe pattern. We'll heat it up till all those rods stick together, and then we'll roll it up into a tube, close the end of the tube, and we'll have our pattern. So we've heated up the canes. Courtney, in the center, has made what we call the collar. And we're going to do what's called picking up cane on a collar, like a collar of your shirt. Can we put up picking up cane on a collar, the drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little drawing. So we laid out our stripe pattern. We're going to use the pipe to roll it up into a tube. We'll close the end of that tube. We'll have a bubble with the stripe pattern in it. The pipe we're picking it up with is called the collar, like a collar on your shirt. The rods of colored glass that make up the stripe pattern are called cane, and this is called picking up cane on a collar. Giving the rods a little squeeze so that they stick together. The trick is to get them soft enough so they fuse to each other, but not so hot that they stick to the plate underneath. Tool that we're heating it up with is called the pastorelli. Give the canes a squeeze. We'll flip them around so that they're heated evenly. So here's the big money move right now. Oh, not quite hot enough. We're going to try that again. Can we put up rolling up, picking up cane on a collar again? So this is what we're shooting for, the drawing on the big screen. So we want to get all those rods hot enough so they stick together. So it's basically almost a striped sheet. We roll that up into a tube, close the end of that tube. Then we have a bubble with stripes in it, and we can make anything we want out of that. Can we show the Supio picture? So when we're making a bunch of things that all have the same pattern in them, instead of making the pattern over and over and over again, we'll make a big long tube, we'll cut it up into little sections, and we'll use each section to make one of the glasses. So that's what we're going to do. So once we get this pattern picked up, we'll make a long tube, we'll cut it up, and then we'll start to make the glasses. Has anybody got any questions? Yeah. Well, what do we do to keep them cool down? We put them in the oven over here. This is called the annealer. It's an electric oven. And it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. They used to have these things called eccentric cam controllers, where there was a clock motor. There's no computers. It's a clock motor, and it had a disc that mounted on the clock motor, and a little arm that rested on the disc. The arm controlled the temperature, and so they cut the disc into a spiral, and as it turned, the spiral gets smaller and smaller. The arm resting on it would go down, and it would turn down. That's how they did it before. In the olden days, they just kind of learned how the kiln worked, and threw in a little less wood, pulled out some things. So they had a routine that the stuff didn't change. That was a nerve-wracking thing when you didn't do it that way. One of the things we used to do back in the day was we didn't have pyrometers yet. Right. So we'd roll up a ball of newspaper, throw it in the kiln, and we'd time it to see how long the thing took to catch fire. And we knew if it took 5 seconds to catch fire, then it was at the right temperature. So Courtney has picked up the canes. We're going to roll them into a smooth tube, and we'll just see the pattern. We paint the shelves with a clay-rich mud, and sometimes some of that mud gets stuck to the surface of the glass. And if we have some of that stuck on, we take the Dremel tool, we just grind off the little crust. Courtney's going to trim a little bit of the uneven cane length, and so it's all nice and trim. All the way, rods are the same length. So Courtney's giving the glass a little squeeze because you can't have any gaps between those individual rods because we're going to blow it up like a bubble, and we don't want any leaks. So Courtney's going to cut a little section off of this tube. Sarah is going to make a collar. We're going to transfer the section to Sarah's collar. Has anybody got any questions? So we attach it to Sarah's collar. We call it collar like a collar on the shirt. Sarah is transferring half her bubble to the collar that Ben just made. So Max sitting down to the left of the workbench. He's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, inflating the glass as Courtney, sitting at the bench, shapes it. And in the center, it's blown into an optic mold. It'll give the glass a rib texture. Oh. He's going to roll it across that steel table. And as he rolls it, he'll let it drag a little bit. And when it drags, it's going to twist the pattern. Over on the left, we're going to transfer the little cup from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So we're stretching out the glass at the top of the bubble. It's always a little bit thick there. We can stretch it out with the tweezers and trim some of it off and have a nice thin edge to drink out of. So we're pressing against the bottom. We'll fold over a little. So Courtney's cup is done. We'll take it off the metal rod and we'll place it in the annealing oven where it'll cool slowly overnight to prevent it from breaking. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. Into the annealer. Oh. So in the center, Ben's almost finished his drinking glass. We're going to give the glass one more little heat. And then Carly, with the grabbers, is going to carry the glass to the annealing oven. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into the annealer to cool slowly overnight. Do you guys have any questions? Could we put up picking up cane on a collar? So if you look on the big screen, we lay out rods of colored glass called cane. We lay them out on a plate, heat them up till they stick together, and then we roll them up into a tube, and we close the end of that tube, then we have a bubble with all the lines in it. So Max sitting to the left is blowing, as Courtney sitting at the bench shapes it. some guy in the audience who blew glass in the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
And he was amazed that we had annealers. He said they used to just stick the finished pieces in a bowl, in a barrel of vermiculite.
Yep.
Man, that is old school.
Cap? Paddle next time?
When I first started out, we didn't have pyrometers on our annealers, so we roll up a ball of newspaper, we throw it in, and we look at our watch, and we count how many seconds it took to catch fire. And so if it was like 6 seconds, it was the right temperature.
You knew it at least it got up to 451 degrees. Cap?
Well, it was
push?
the amount of, I mean, it always catch fire, but it was the amount of time that it took to catch fire. I told you what the
Okay,
temperature.
stop. Punty, please. See, when I started blowing glass, we didn't have annealers. We had a leer.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's what we called it.
I know.
But it was just an old freezer that had been stuffed with cracks. And,
I had one of those.
and put a bunch of elements in.
I had one of those for trumpet. I had an old refrigerator. Huge. I tore out the insulation. It was like a 1950s refrigerator. So
Yeah, oh yeah, it was super old.
it had a big metal, heavy metal case. I filled it with fiber frac, and I had a little test kiln in the freezer.
Oh, really?
Yes. Well, because I was firing painting,
Yeah.
and you really can't tell when you mix the colors, enamel colors, what exactly it's going to turn out until you see it fired. So I just had it. I had a little element and a range switch in the freezer. And I just paint a little sample, crank it up, see what it looked like. I worked out of that kiln for, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years.
But I do remember asking our last professor, like, oh, you can just make a kiln out of an old freezer, huh? And he's like, yeah. He's like, but the first time
That's it. We're done. So that concludes our demonstrations for the day. You're welcome.